Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second International Conference on Economics, Business and Management Research 2023. In this year, Shaping the Sustainable Future, Trends, Insights in Economic, Business, Management and Information Technology. I'm Vedawarti, your Master of Ceremony this morning. Well, today, everybody is very happy. So after 6 to 7 years of not conducting this great conference, then we come to the day of this international conference. Before we start with many academic programs, we would like to ask you to have the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next program. This is our opening prayer, and I would like to invite Ms. Marinis Patrick to lead the morning prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all again in this conference today. Before commencing with the conference, we will begin with a prayer. I will lead the prayer, and you're all invited to freely follow according to your respective beliefs. Let's pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Gracious and benevolent Father, as we stand on the threshold of this international conference dedicated to the realms of economics, business, and management research, we humbly gather in your presence, seeking your divine grace and inspiration. Bless this assembly of diverse minds and talents, united in the common purpose of advancing understanding in the critical fields. Grant us the discriminates to navigate to the complexities of economic systems, the wisdom to make ethical business decisions, and the leadership skills to manage with compassion and integrity. May our collective efforts contribute to the well-being of communities globally and align with the principles of justice, fairness, and sustainable development. Heavenly Father, we entrust this conference to your providence, asking for your guidance throughout our deliberations. Inspire our discussions and research endeavors, that they may be guided by the pursuit of truth and the common good. May the knowledge shared within these walls lead to solutions that address economic challenges, foster responsible business practices, and promote effective management strategies. We invoke your blessings upon the participants, presenters, and organizers that this gathering may be a beacon of enlightenment and collaboration, ultimately contributing to the progress and prosperity of nations. In your holy name we pray, amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patrick. Faculty of Economics, Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, would like to warmly welcome His Excellency Professor Jauhari Oratmangun, MEC, MECOM, the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador to China and Mongolia, and Ms. Elizani Nadia Sumampo, the economic minister counselor, embassy to China and Beijing. And we would also like to welcome Father Rector and all keynote speakers in the session that will be providing us with the greatest insights today. Well, now let's proceed to the next session. I would like to invite the Dean of Economic Faculty, and I would like to welcome Dr. Handono Eko Prabowo, MBA, PhD. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, scholars, and participants, good morning. As the Dean of Faculty of Economics, Sanata Dharma University, it is my distinct pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each one of you at the second of International Conference on Economics, Business and Management Research. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our ongoing pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration excellences. Our theme of this conference, Shaping the Sustainable Future, Trend and Insight of Economics, Business Management, and Information Technology, encapsulates the spirit of exploration and forward-thinking that defines our academic community. We are privileged to have a diverse array of scholars and professionals in our midst, each contributing unique perspective and expertise. I commend the organizing committee for their dedication in putting together this remarkable event, and express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, presenters, and attendees. Well, I would like to sincerely greet gratitude to our main keynote speaker, His Excellency Jauhari Oratmangun, extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to People's Republic of China and Mongolia. And together with him, Ma'am Elizani Nadia Sumampo, Minister Counselor of Economic in KBRI in Beijing. I would like also to express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Ma'am Maria Nidita Ratianti, President Director of ICEBMR, Professor Jaya Chung, PhD, Professor and Lecturer from Sogang University in Korea, Ms. Tamako Watanabe, Senior Specialist of Impact Business Creation, the Japan Research Institute Limited of Japan, Last but not least, Father Hari Suparwito SC, lecturer in Sanata Dharma University. And also I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our moderators, Bapak Dr. Titus Odom Kusumajadi MA, and then Father Anthony Sumarwan SC PhD. Your presence here underscores the importance of fostering connection, sharing insight, and collectively advancing the frontiers of research and knowledge in our respective fields. May this conference be a platform for fruitful discussion, meaningful collaborations, and the generation of ideas that will shape the future of economics, business, and management. I encourage each of you to actively engage, network, and make the most of this invaluable opportunity. Finally, I wish everyone a productive and inspiring time in the second International Conference on Economic, Business, and Management Research. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we would like to listen to the welcome speech, Father Albertus Bagus Laksana, SJSS PhD, Director of Sanata Dharma University, and a statement of officially opening the conference. Father Rector, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Keynote speakers, main speakers, presenters, moderators, participants, deans, and academic leaders from Sanata Dharma University, especially the whole academic community of Faculty of Economics of Sanata Dharma University, and members of the committee. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. And I would like, first of all, to express my gratitude to be here, my privilege actually to be here, to be with you. I'm joining you online, but I feel the vibe of the conference already. This is the second conference that you're having from the economics department or faculty at Sanata Dharma University. This is truly an international event, academic event joined by diverse speakers and participants from different countries, from Korea, Japan, Australia. Some of you are coming from Africa as well. And many of you are joining from our own country, Indonesia. And the theme of the conference is very pressing and timely for all of us. As we know, the sustainable economic development has been on the table internationally, globally as well with the SDGs program. And we know that the UN has been working so hard to achieve the goals of those sustainable developments. But we know that the achievement is pretty far from satisfactory. We might need another decade or so to really achieve those goals. So it is indeed our challenge together to work on the development that is human, that is humane, and that is in line with our mission, especially here at our university, being a Jesuit university located in Indonesia. And I would like to talk a bit about the timely kind of character of your conference, of your theme, especially because this is a political year, so to speak, in Indonesia. We are having these political dynamics that are pretty intense, to say the least, and economic issues or concerns have been the main concerns in the minds of most voters. And we have been listening to the programs, economic programs by the candidates, vice president and also presidential candidates. And they're talking about economic developments, economic programs for the people, the welfare, the social welfare programs, housing, and so on and so forth. And so this is a timely period in our political dynamic in our society to actually listen to those programs carefully, and your conference might enlighten people further in this very important period in our political life in our country. So I believe that the presenters, the main speakers will enlighten you on this very delicate problem and a very crucial challenge for our country, for our global economy as well. And I'm also grateful to be here because your conference will be graced or has been graced by the presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia to China and Mongolia, Professor Honoris Causa Jauhari Uratmangun. I've often heard about you, Pak Jauhari, from my good friends, Professor Tandi Lilin from Gajah Mada University and his wife, Bu Nina. And other speakers as well, coming from different countries. Let me also talk about the kind of economic vision that we have as a university, something that we are pursuing together with the whole church, the Catholic Church, based on the Catholic social teaching, but also the recent teaching by Pope Francis on economy of sharing rather than economic that kills, the kind of toxic economy that is maybe going on for a while in different parts of the world or on the global level as well. I think your theme, sustainable future, we are trying to minimize the impact of an economic system that degrades the dignity of human persons to the level of being just consumers, passive consumers. We are subjects, we are agents of action. We are created by God in His own images and likeness. And we have to respect the dignity of them as subjects, not as consumers. And we have also to accompany the kind of economic system that we are pursuing here at our university in our faculty of economics is the kind of economy that accompanies the poor, that listens to them, that cares for them, and also the young people. They are hopeful for their future. Again, in our country, this is a time of election. People are talking about the future, what kind of leadership we should have on the national level, what kind of economic programs would they promise us. And we would like to actually make those things happen, and especially for the young people. The so-called sandwich generation is maybe one of those concerns about the future of our young people. They're anxious about their future on economic terms as well. So we are pursuing an economy that listens to them, that listens to their concerns, that gives them opportunity to grow, to have a good life on different levels that they need. I just returned from different trips to Europe and America, and I saw with my own eyes in America. I studied a long time in America, and I was shocked to find that many young people are on the streets, literally. They didn't have housing, they didn't have food. They go into these addiction problems with opioids and others. And so they have no future, basically. What they call zombie cities or zombie places are to a certain degree real in different places. One night I was returning from Notre Dame University in South Bend, Indiana. I was coming back to my community, Jesuit community in Chicago, and I was approached by a young people, a black person who came to me, approaching me in a very sorry state of mind. I think he was intoxicated or he was having some drugs and all those things. I couldn't really tell. But there are many people like that, many young people like that now, even in the most developed countries in the world, in the UK, Europe. America, North America, and so on and so forth. So I think the idea that we have to have a sustainable economy for all, especially for young people, is very crucial to bear in mind as you talk about different things in your important conference. Lastly, an economy that cares for the earth as our common home. This is something that is dear to our university's mission, being a Jesuit university. So I hope that your conversations, your discussions, your discourse on the different aspects on economics, business, management, research will enlighten us, will also strengthen our commitment to that kind of vision of economy. So without further ado, I officially open this conference. I wish you a very fruitful and engaging conference. Again, thank you for all the speakers, main speakers, all the presenters, members of the committee who have been working hard to put this together, to make this conference a reality that is, again, timely and crucial for us, but also for our country. I wish all the Faculty of Economics of Sanata Dharma University community to be a community that grows together in creativity, in through different engagements with the different realities of our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father. Now we would like to proceed to the first panel session. And before we start the panel session 1, we would like to announce some information concerning the panel session 1. There will be 2 sub-panels. In the first sub-panel ends at 10, and then the second sub-panel starts at 10:20, and both sub-panels will be chaired by Dr. Titus Odong Kusumajati, MA. And now I would like to welcome Pak Titus Odong Kusumajati. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Widow. I'm happy to be here with you all, everybody. My name is Titus Odong Kusumajati, and I am honored to serve you as your moderator for this international conference. I am a lecturer in the Faculty of Economics, Sanata Dharma University, and my research interests are in the field of community development and organization development. Currently, I am the chairperson of Master of Management program of Sanata Dharma University. As your moderator, my role is to ensure that today's discussion flowing well, providing all of us with opportunity to explore and to learn from our distinguished speakers. I'm excited about the engaging conversation we are about to have and the insight we are going to uncover together. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's session will be divided into 2 parts. First is the keynote speech from His Excellency Ambassador Jauh Hari Oratmangun, and second will be presentation from the following 2 keynote speakers, Ibu Maria and Professor Jae-Hak Chung. Now, let us begin with the first session this morning. The keynote speech from His Excellency Ambassador Jauh Hari Oratmangun. His Excellency Ambassador Jauh Hari Oratmangun is currently the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to People's Republic of China and Mongolia. He has been serving in diplomatic mission since mid-80s. Therefore, he is the most suitable resource person about the trends of international economic relation, and more specifically about the China's economic development that has brought it to be the new economic superpower and open opportunity for the world. In this occasion, I would also want to welcome Ibu Elizani Nadia Sumampao, Minister Counselor of Economic of the Indonesia Embassy in Beijing. Thank you for attending our international conference. Bapak Jauhari Oratmangun will present his thought for about 15 minutes and then will be continued with question and answer for about 40 minutes. Without further ado, please join me welcoming our distinguished speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Jauhari Oratmangun. Bapak Duta Besar, the time is yours. Silahkan.
Terima kasih, moderator. Thank you very much. Mr. Handono Eko Prabowo, Dean of Faculty of Economics at Sanata Dharma University, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm in Chongqing now. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Pak Handoko Prabowo for extending the invitation to me to speak at this important conference. I was given the topic about China. China's development as an opportunity for the world. So, for starter, I will share with a bit about the development of Indonesia and China bilateral relations, and later moving to the opportunity from China's development. Let me allude on the Indonesia-China bilateral relations. Indonesia and China's comprehensive strategic partnership has entered its first decade this year. I have frequently mentioned in many forums that our status as comprehensive strategic partners, that's the highest relations within the context of the bilateral relations, should be fully reflected in the numbers as well. So in 2022, the trade volume, so meaning export and import, between Indonesia and China reached almost 150 billion US dollar. So increased by 20% from 2021. 5 years ago, in 2018, the trade volume between the two countries amounted to around 77.3 billion US dollar. So the increase within 5 years is almost double. China is the biggest trading partner of Indonesia. This time from January till October 2023, the trade volume reached 114.5 billion US dollar. In investment relation in 2022, China has ranked the second biggest investor in Indonesia, with the investment realization around 8.2 billion US dollar. So increased by 156% compared to 2021. 5 years ago, the investment only amounted to 2.37 billion. So the increase of realization of investment is more than triple since 2018. Despite the current momentum or situation in the world, I believe that we can keep the positive come this year in trade and investment cooperation. Let me say a few words about synergy between Global Maritime Forum and Belt and Road Initiative. Since President Joko Widodo proposal for the synergy between two important initiatives of Indonesia and China, in 2018, the two countries have formally agreed on the synergy of GMF and BRI. The synergy between GMF BRI was indeed very relevant and offered a new direction for the bilateral cooperation of both countries. Fast forward to 2023, the synergy has turned into one of the strong pillars of bilateral partnerships between Indonesia and China. Under the synergy, both sides have successfully launched several notable projects, including the establishment of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Corridors, RCEC, in 4 provinces in Indonesia: North Sumatra, for gateway to Southeast Asia; North Kalimantan, for green development; Bali for ICT and Innovation Center; North Sulawesi for the gateway to the Pacific. Besides that, we have a non-economic corridors as well, namely Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Railway, Kura-Kura Island Technopark in Bali, and many more. Last October, my President Joko Widodo, attended the Third Belt and Road Forum in Beijing. 3 key messages from our President are synergy, equality, and sustainability that will act as important guidelines for our future cooperation. Synergy by developing cooperation projects with sense of ownership, equality with equal partnership, mutually beneficial, and transparency, sustainability with long-term contributions of the cooperation projects. Those are some pictures of the visit of the President last month. Sorry, in October. We are in December already. And now China's development from the reforms to present. Their participants, China started to transform in 1978 when President Deng Xiaoping initiated a series of market-oriented reform and opened up China to the outside world. The opening up included the establishment of diplomatic relations with other countries, joining the World Trade Organization, participating in global trade and cooperation. Before the reforms, China's economy was dominated by state ownership and central planning. After the opening up, the economy became more market-oriented. Private enterprises and foreign investment started to emerge. Private market mechanism and incentives were being introduced, and development in rural areas and urbanizations were being promoted. All in all, the reform and opening up boosted the spirit of entrepreneurship for the Chinese people and the productivity. This eventually brings China out from poverty to prosperity. Lifting more than 800 million people out of extreme poverty, and now becoming the second biggest economy in the world. As its economy grows, China's influence and contribution is now becoming more assertive. 10 years ago, Presidency launched the Belt and Road Initiative. The BRI has reached to more than 150 countries and 30 international organizations. The cumulative value of trade between China and BRI partners from 2013 to 2022 reached about 19.1 trillion US dollar, with average annual growth 6.4%. The progress of BRI is also claimed to bring great benefits to the global south and many developing countries. Since September 2021, Beijing has unveiled 3 other initiatives: Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. We can tell that China's position at global level is becoming more essential. For instance, China has succeeded in bringing the new diplomatic initiative for Iran and Saudi Arabia deal. Only recently, I accompanied my foreign ministers and other foreign ministers from Islamic countries to meet with the Mr. Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China, to discuss the situation in Gaza. So how China can push for peace for the war in Gaza. Furthermore, it is also important to note that China is the biggest trading partner for many countries, at least for 62 countries, including Indonesia. For sure, China's development will create more opportunities and benefits not only for the world and region, but also for Indonesia. I'm here in Chongqing to start to establish cooperation between one of the leading electronic vehicles in Chongqing for cooperation with electronic vehicle in Indonesia. So Indonesia and China cooperation in the future. From the meeting between the two leaders this year, we can identify some sectors of cooperation that we'll pursue with China: green and blue economy, digitalization, downstreaming industry, healthcare, infrastructure for the new capital Nusantara. In each of the sectors, we have plenty of untapped potentials. For green energy, Indonesia has the capacity to generate 417 gigawatts of power from renewable energy, such as wind, solar, tidal, and geothermal. Our IT and communication industry could contribute as much as 20.7% to the national GDP by 2045, 3 times bigger than it was in 2021. In the case of point of China, the contribution of the digital economy, it's already reached 33% for the GDP. We are a nation of more than 270 million people with the demographic bonus, and we have abundance of natural resources that can become value-added commodity. And for now, China has also the best practice, technology, and innovation in those areas. Therefore, I believe that cooperation will be complementary for both sides. To conclude my remarks, I hope we can see the rise and development of China not as a threat, but as an opportunity for us and other nations. We need to find the common grounds where we can work and prosper together with China. Just let me add a little bit about China and ASEAN, because we elevated as well the relationship between China and ASEAN to become comprehensive strategic partnership since 2021. For the last 3 years, ASEAN is the largest trading partner of China. Last year, almost $1 trillion, as well as largest sources of foreign direct investment. So we do hope that those relations will as well bring benefit to Indonesia, since Indonesia is the largest and leader in ASEAN. And the other factor that I would like to mention, that I'm the one who believes that people to people, or third pillar of the comprehensive strategic partners, meaning socioculture, has to be strengthened to be able to guarantee that in the future, the relations between two countries be strengthened as well. So that's the reason why I welcome this conference, because it is within the context of people-to-people, strengthening of people-to-people cooperation. So once again, thank you very much. Terima kasih, xie.
Thank you, terima kasih Bapak Duta Besar for the enlightening presentation. I am sure the audience has gained valuable insight. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Duta Besar has shared many information about the increasing economic trade between Indonesia and China, about several cooperation between two countries, Indonesia and China, and also about the potential come up from the development of China. Now I think it is time to open the floor to questions. Please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll give the microphone to you. Let's make this is a dynamic and engaging Q&A session. Who would like to be the first to raise question? Okay, William.
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation, which provide the guideline and the way forward for many countries, not only Indonesia, but also African countries where I come from. My name is William Paulo Msilu from Tanzania, but I am studying Magister Management in International Tourism. My question is, as he was explaining about the different partnership with China, but if you look, most of the government development program, most of them sometimes relies on the nature of the leader, the vision of the leader who is in power in that time. For example, in Indonesia, next year we are going to carry the election. Now, based on the vision you provided, do you think that then also the next leadership will have the same vision as the current president in a partnership with China?
That's all? Thank you, William. Bapak Dubes, the first question from William. He is one of our students from Tanzania, Africa. His question is, what will happen when there is a change in leadership in China? Will the policy of China toward a foreign country will be the same? Please respond to his question.
Thank you very much, William. First of all, this period, China is implementing the 14th year plan. So every 5 years. So this year is already 14. So the continuity, the sustainability is there. And within the context of Indonesia, we as well already set the future cooperation between Indonesia and China. Whoever is the government will be there. So it's mostly the relationship between two leaders sometimes determine the result of the cooperation. But the plan for the future cooperation is already there. So if you ask my opinion, I'm quite optimistic that we will continue what we've been doing so far, because it's already resulted in bringing benefit to both peoples and both countries. And within the context of the regional architecture, I mean ASEAN, and Indonesia is the leader in ASEAN, it's reflected as well in the regional architecture cooperation. So, thank you once again, William, for your question.
Thank you, Pak Jo. Next question. Okay, while waiting for the next question, Bapak Dubes, there are quite several questions related to the development of China. The first popular issue about China is about trade war between China and the US. What do you think about that? Where do you think the war will end up?
I don't think we already entered the trade war between China and US. This is only differences. The reason why the conversation continued between high-level officials of the United States and China. Recently, I think President Xi Jinping met with President Joe Biden during the meeting in the United States. And as far as I know, and then we received the briefing as well from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, there are still negotiations between two countries. But as far as I know, because trade continued to be there, I think the volume of trade between two countries, China and the United States, more than $300 billion. So the trade is still there. So this is not a trade war, only different perceptions.
Yes.
So through dialogue, they will find the best way to close the gap of the misperceptions
I see.
between two nations and two people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. And is there any question? William again, please. Yes.
Sorry, because I'm asking this question in reference where I come from. So, like, I have one question that in this development which the government are setting, sometimes it becomes problem based on the political hygiene. As you can see in China, they managed to develop that, including PPP, private-public partnership, because of the policies which the China has created and implementing. Now, on the side of Indonesia, what are you going to do when it comes to political hygiene so that whatever you are planning, it will go as you expect? Thank you.
Pak Adubes,
Through
please.
dialogue. Yes, through dialogue. My experience for the last 6 years in China, I've been ambassador here for 6 years. When we, for example, when we started to negotiate on the smelter on nickel and nickel ore. So through dialogue and through cooperation public PPP, now we see the benefit, the result. The export of nickel and nickel products, so not the natural resources, but the products of the natural resources. The value added is quite high, increased more than 1,000%. That's why we enjoy the increase of the trade volume between Indonesia and China. And now we are, in Chongqing, we are in the process of cooperating in electric vehicle. So we would like to see that Indonesia become hub for the production of electric vehicle for Southeast Asia. And then I think some of them already established in Jakarta. So as long as the cooperation will bring benefit to the people, then we do believe that government will continue to pursue that. So what we've been experiencing so far in China, that cooperation in economic sector and people to people as well, meaning socio-culture and education, brings benefit to the people. For example, in China now we have more than 15,000 Indonesian students. Because of the increase of the economic cooperation between two countries, after graduation it's easy for them to find job in Indonesia with a good pay as well. So that's an example from my side. Thank you, William.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, Mary, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your great presentation. I would love to ask, you have presented about different programs that this cooperation will bring between Indonesia and China in health, and you've mentioned a couple of cities like Nusantara, right? Nusantara, Bali, and such kind of cities. So my curiosity was that, do you think other destinations like Papua, where it's very strategic, that this kind of cooperation can benefit those areas in one or another way?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, yesterday I was in Shanghai, accompanied with Minister Bahlil, Minister of Investment, to promote and to establish cooperation for investment, China and Papua. And then only today or yesterday, Minister of Fisheries, witnessed the signing ceremony of one of the leading fishery industry in China to establish a fishery industry in Papua.
Fishery industry.
Yes, indeed. If you look at the disbursement of the China's investment in Indonesia, mostly to central Indonesia and eastern part of Indonesia. I'm from Tanimar Island. It's the eastern part of Indonesia as well. From my island to Jakarta, 5.5 hours flying time. And from my island to Australia, only 45 minutes. Thank you.
Dubes. Any other question? Yes, please. Would you mention your name, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Usumendi. I'm from Universitas Atmajaya. Master students in law. I'm from the Gambia, West Africa. My question is, just like William alluded to, that there can be a change of government in the side of Indonesia or in the side of China. So my question is, with regard to legal institutions, because this is actually a relationship between two nations, and it actually has to be a bilateral relationship in which we have legal principles and institutions that actually govern this relationship, so that if there is a change of government, that government may expire, but these institutions actually will defy time. So that if there is a new government or a new administration that comes into office, these institutions will actually be in a position to continue the work that was actually started by the previous government. So my question is, with regard to Indonesia, that is in the aspect of Indonesia, has Indonesia established that dimension of relationship in establishing those institutions to make sure that even if there's a change of government and a new government emerges, this relationship will actually stand in spite of political changes that actually takes place in the change of government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. This is one of the aspects that we pay closer attention. And all of the documents signed by two countries usually deposit to the, how you call it, the legal depositories, something like that in our part, in Chinese part. China is very good in how you call it, arship. Yes. So yes, it's like if you would like to see the history relations between two countries, we still can find the old document here in China. And in our part as well, in Indonesia, we try to do our best. So yes, we pay a closer attention to the legal aspects of the cooperation with a view to guarantee that if the government is changing, the cooperation is still there, legally speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wait a minute. I think there is a question in chat room. Yes, Pak Dubes. There is one question from the chat room. The question, I'll read the question. How about the sustainable development program can be done in two countries? Because Indonesia and China are the biggest country. That's the question.
Yes. This is one of the cooperation that we are going to establish, as I already mentioned for you. Renewable energy, electric vehicle. Yes, sustainable development is one part. Emission carbon is there, reduction of the carbon emission. So this is the priority for cooperation between Indonesia and China. The other priority is health, I call it health infrastructure.
Health infrastructure. infrastructure.
Lesson learned from COVID. With one virus, global economy collapsed. So our spending, income per capita spending for health, it's only $112 US. Malaysia is 400 something US. Singapore is 1,000 something US. So there is a huge opportunity for cooperation in health sector in Indonesia. So this is one thing that we are pursuing now. So yes, the sustainable development is important element for our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dubes. The question you just answered was from Franciscus Randa from Atmajaya, Makassar. We're waiting for the next question. Okay, Romo Marwan. Father Marwan, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your presentation. I'm Sumarwan, a lecturer from Magister Management of Sanata Dharma University. In your presentation, you emphasize that China is not a threat but opportunity for Indonesia. And you give some example of benefit for the cooperation. But sometimes and often the politicians use this this discourse about the threat of China. For example, that China flooded Indonesia with various goods, and also in the context of political ideology about communism. And so my question, do you find the change in the view of Indonesian and politicians from a long time ago about this threat, and after we get some, see the benefit of this exchange and cooperation? And the second one, how would Indonesian and China government to deal with all discourse that using discourse of threat for this cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romo. Let me start by saying that, or quoting the numbers, angka-angka. Looking at the trade volume between two countries, surplus is in our side. It's already brought benefit to our society, investment as well. So some countries create the perspective as if China is a threat, because this is what I said in the geopolitics and geoeconomy is contest of will and battle of perceptions. So for the big country like China and Indonesia, we have to be able to create our own perceptions. The word threat usually coming from Western country. In our part of the world, we like to use the word cooperation and collaboration. So, battle of perceptions is happening now. So, it's up to us how we create our own perceptions. If you add Indonesia and China, and it's already 1.7 billion population. If you add ASEAN and China, it's almost 2 billion populations. And the contribution to the economy more than 30%. So it's huge. So we have to be able to create perceptions on us and do not depend on other who is trying to create perception to us. Thank you, Romo.
Thank you, Bapak. The next question is from Sibli Jamal Sarif Asad from Universitas Katolik Parahyangan, Bandung. I will read the question. Government system takes unique preferences according to the interests of the president. Some countries, like in Africa, are military government, so they are more interested in trading weapons to oppress their enemies within their territories, neighborhood, and beyond. May I know how trade is controlled by a large economy like China for the benefit of the master other than serving interests of individual? To spread more light, this also applies to the development deals designed for investment. The clauses within the treaties are not put out for public scrutiny. Thank you. Please, Pak Dubes.
Because mostly in Africa are democratic countries, only one or two. So I think this is the perceptions that created by others to see the the development in Africa is huge now. And cooperation between China and Africa, as far as I know, it's going pretty well as well. And in particular in the development area, like railways in Tanzania and in other countries in Africa. So I think this is one of the wrong perceptions of Africa. Africa is the future. And then a lot of democratic countries in Africa now. So I think the relationship between China, Indonesia, and Africa, now we established a good relation with Africa as well, Indonesia, Africa. That's the reason why President visited some countries in Africa recently. So please change the perception, because more and more African countries now become a democratic country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Sibli Jamal Sarif Asad from the University of Parahyangan, Bandung. Any more questions from this room?
Maybe William and our other friends from Gambia has a view on that as well.
Yeah. Any more questions? No. Okay.
Okay then. I have to board now because I'm on my way to Hong Kong now.
Okay, Bapak Dubes. Thank you for your precious time for us in Sanata Dharma University. Have a good flight to Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you, His Excellency Ambassador.
Okay, continue. I can still monitor. I would like to listen to other presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Because
Bapak.
we have a Wi-Fi in the airplane.
Sure, yes. Thank you, Bapak Duta Besar.
Thank you.
Okay. We save about 20 minutes from the first part of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we can enter the second part of this session. Thank you for your attention so far. Now we are going to start the second part. Hopefully our next speakers have already joined the Zoom. Okay, they are already here. Thank you. Yes, I see Ibu Maria there. Our next two speakers are through experts in their field of interest. The first speaker, Ibu Maria Nindita Radiati, PhD, is an edupreneur, educator, and entrepreneur. She is the founder and president director of Institute for Sustainability and Agility. She will share her insight about how we should develop our sustainable future, and more specifically, she will talk about non-financial performance for business sustainability. I will introduce her a bit. Ibu Maria has been twice invited as guest lecturer in Master of Management program. And currently, we are, Master of Management program and Ibu Maria, are working together in preparing a new concentration of study with the name of Master of Management in Sustainability. Hopefully, this will be launched next academic year in August 2024. And for sure, Ibu Maria will be part of the program. Later, the second speaker is Professor Jae Hak Chung, PhD, an expert from Sogang University, Korea. Professor Jae Hak Chung is not new for us in the Faculty of Economics, because he has several times been speaker of the seminar held in the faculty. Today, Professor Jae Hak Chung will share his thought about business solution utilizing big data AI, a new and very interesting topic. In this second part, each speaker will have about 20 minutes of presentation, and Ibu Maria will present first. Then later will be followed by Professor Jae Hak Chung. And after presentation, we will have about 40-minute discussion. To save the time, I invite Ibu Maria to start the presentation. Monggo Ibu Maria.
Thank you, Pak. Good morning, everyone, and also His Excellency and all of the leaders in the university. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my experiences and some of new knowledge, and of course, most importantly, to learn from all of you. So I would like to share my presentation. Is it one slide or two slides? Oh, one slide. Okay, good. So I'm going to share about non-financial performance for sustainable business. As my role in Indonesia Chamber of Commerce, I have been appointed as the chairperson of ESG Task Force since about 3 months ago. And I just finished writing this guidance about ESG for Indonesia Chamber of Commerce. And it is published online and everyone can download it. Unfortunately, it's still in Bahasa. So I do hope that all of the participants here who can speak Bahasa, please download this in the website esgtaskforcekadin.id. So it's for free. So this is what happened in the world now in relation to business competition. Now financial performance is not enough. It should be supported by non-financial performance to achieve business sustainability, to make your organization sustainable as well. So if we talk about ESG, then we need to understand the history of ESG. So it was actually introduced by Kofi Annan as the founder of UN Global Compact. And, he was a visionary that he wants to create market force, especially in the financial market, or in the stock market, yeah. So he wants to provide guidance for investors all over the world. Before they invest in stocks, they need to analyze the companies based on not their performance. So he was supported by IFC, International Financial Corporation, where this IFC gathered about 50 CEOs in the world, and they agreed on several indicators of non-financial performance. And then, this book about who cares wins, connecting financial market to a changing world. So these are the indicators of non-financial performance. Please have a look at the social aspect here. Because when people talk about sustainability, usually they think about only environment. But it is important to also focus on the social aspect of the ESG. So if you look at the social aspect of ESG, then it's actually about 90% of the indicators are about the business itself, particularly about the labor. So it's not just about community, so labor. So have a look at the first indicator is job creation, and then working condition, and equal opportunity, and then training, and then health and safety, and then grievance mechanism, and then social impact of product and services. So actually the social aspect of ESG is about doing business and is about being responsible to your labor, to your employees. Of course, in addition to the communities and also to the customer. So if you look at this, social impact of product, services, or company operations. So it is also about responsibility to the customer. And then the governance aspect is, I think all of you understand or are familiar about good corporate governance. So it's related to good corporate governance, yeah? And then these are some statistics. So based on the research by PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, so 76% of consumers say they will stop buying from companies that treat the environment, employees, or the community in which they operate poorly. So they want to see whether the company is also responsible to the community or to the employees as well. And then another research is about 53% of revenues of the 500 largest US companies come from business activities that support SDGs. And ESG strategies can affect operating profits by as much as 60% by McKinsey research. So there are many other statistics that you can search, that shows that non-financial performance is actually influencing the financial performance. And now have a look at the ESG ecosystem in the world. So look how serious now the world is looking at ESG. So in the middle is disclosure standard. So if any company, especially those who are already publicly listed or listed in the stock exchange, they need to disclose, they need to be open about their performance on ESG, because there are many disclosure standards, yeah? And it's not just about the financial performance related, but also about carbon reduction activities. Yeah. So, for example, like CDP, this is related to the Carbon Disclosure Project. Yeah. And then also TCFD, this is also related to carbon actions and etc. So based on the research of by Al-Saik et al., that environmental performance and social performance are significant factors influencing economic sustainability performance, indicating that corporate value and social value are intertwined. And then ESG disclosure increases corporates' competitive advantage. Yeah. So if a company already conduct many activities related to ESG, they need to disclose it as part of their marketing activities to show to their customers that they have unique sustainable value proposition, so that distinguish them between themselves and their customers. And who has interest in ESG? Well, we just learned that investors definitely have concern about ESG. So before they buy the stock, they want to know whether the company has good ESG performance. However, consumer also. So one of our clients, Great Giant Food, that sells, you know, Sun Pride banana and pineapple. Yeah. They are still private company. They are not publicly listed yet. However, their customers from all over the world, they request the company to provide them with ESG performance report. So my consultant company helped them in preparing the ESG report. So even though you are not publicly listed, you are still required to show your, you know, action and commitment into ESG, you know, by your customers. Yeah. So whenever this company is global players, they have they go into global market, then they need to follow the global guidance, global agreement on ESG. And also stock exchange, rating agencies, media, and of course, employees and government. I will give you more evidence about all of this. So why ESG performance is important for public companies, yeah? So good ESG performance will, of course, increase the reputation, and then the stock will be in demand by impact investors. So impact investors are investors that only buy stocks that have good non-financial performance on top of financial performance, yeah? And then also they can obtain loan with low interest rate. So if I'm sure you are all familiar with sustainable finance, yeah? In Indonesia also, you know, Authority of Finance Agency, OJK, already have regulations on you know, requiring companies to provide sustainability report, and also requiring banking and also financial institution to sell sustainable finance products and services to the customers. So one of the product is the green loan and also green bond, yeah? So for example, if you're a small medium entrepreneur and then you want to go into the business of recycling waste, yeah? So then you need to buy the machine. Then you can apply for sustainable loan, you know, sustainable linked loan from any bank in Indonesia. And then you get lower interest rate, you know. So this is the ecosystem that has been created in the world, you know, so that not just big companies that should have commitment to ESG, but also small, medium entrepreneurs, yeah. And then also on the left side, for those publicly listed companies, good ESG performance will be get good rating from rating agencies. Yeah, I will show you the other evidence. Rating agencies in ESG. There are so many rating agencies in the world about ESG. And then when they get good rating, then they will be included in the sustainability index in the stock market. Then their stock price will increase. Therefore, many companies are publishing or disclosing their performance, in ESG. This is an example of a Bank of China. We just discussed a lot about China. So this is Bank of China. And then they put this into their sustainability report. So what's their emission, emission production, emission from their production and their vehicles and facilities and etc. And also BCA, the biggest bank in Indonesia, one of the biggest bank in Indonesia, they start to disclose their emission carbon, and also Dell Technology as well. So they even, Dell also mentioned disclosing their progress, from the year 2021 until the year 2023. They want to show their commitment, and then they want to show their progress, And then also from the, this is circular economy as well. And then social performance, yeah. So total number of employees. So I hope you remember one of the indicators in the IFC is about employment. So it's explaining about the total number of employee, and then proportion of ethnic minority, and then proportion of female employees, and etc., etc. So ESG is emphasizing on metrics and indicators. Yeah. So the good thing is now there are many global guidance on metrics and indicators of ESG performance. Yeah. So it's not just normative, but metrics and indicators. Yeah. So this is a social aspect from BCA, and then so this is related to 98% of how they solve the complaint from the customers. Yeah, 98% is solved. The complaint from the customers, and then customer engagement index. Yeah, and then also the funding about related to social responsibility, and then education about financial literacy. And then this is about the inclusive workforce from Dell Technology, and then digital inclusion as well from Dell Technology. So actually ESG measure sustainability performance. This is one of the rating agencies called Refinitiv. Yeah. So Refinitiv explain what does their score mean, So their score on ESG resource use score explain companies' performance and capacity to reduce the use of material and energy and water, and then innovation score, and etc., etc. And then why company need to disclose, So if maybe you're familiar with the term of double materiality. So this is actually the difference between CSR and ESG. Yeah? On the top side is about CSR, and on the bottom side is ESG. So CSR is basically being responsible for the impact of your activities. So all business activities provide, will create negative impact to the society and the environment. And then they need to identify which aspects for the, in the environment and the society that they have created negative impact, in what area of society and the environment. And then that means environmental and social materiality. So that means the company should create CSR programs that are being responsible for those materiality, so it will be strategic CSR, yeah? And then those negative impact will become boomerang to the company, you know. So therefore, they need to identify what are these ESG issues might become risk for their business operations. Yeah, so from the outside in, from the focus is from the outside in, and CSR is from the inside out. Excuse me. And this is also my picture, excuse me, that explain the relationship between sustainability and CSR and ESG. So sustainability is actually the end objective. And the process to achieve the sustainability is called sustainable development. Yeah, sustainable development. Development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations in meeting their own needs. Yeah, so these are the corporate with as vehicle to achieve sustainability, and the vehicle, of course, will create negative impact. Hence, they have to plan and have a commitment on CSR to mitigate their negative impact. And also, this girl is actually investor, bank, and rating agencies and bond holders. You know, they will analyze whether the company already, good. They have good ESG performance or not. You know, and this is one of example of the guidance and guiding and global agreement on ESG, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, which provide 77 industry specific disclosure standard. So this is one example of metal and mining. And then please have a look at the accounting metrics. Yeah. So it's easier now for companies to achieve sustainability because they can follow the metric and indicators, you know, provided by global, associations. Yeah. So this is one example. Yeah. From mining company. Yeah. And then I'll just skip to the ESG rating agencies. So there are so many ESG rating agencies, you know, where then you can follow, or, you know, investors can connect. So usually institutional investors, if they want to invest a lot of money in, like, for example, BlackRock, you know, they want to invest in one company, then they will contact one of these rating agencies. Please measure the ESG performance of that company. And then they will use their indicators to come up with ESG performance. And in Indonesia, there are, you know, several index, you know, sorry, I will go here. 4 indexes related to ESG in Indonesia. 3 of them are produced by Kehati Foundation, which was established by Professor Emil Salim, previous Ministry of Environment in Indonesia, very famous, very smart minister. So he established this foundation, Kehati Foundation, and Kehati Foundation created 3 index related to ESG. The first and most prestigious is the Sri Kehati Index, and the second is you know, the ESG sector leaders and ESG quality 45. While this one, ESG leaders, is a collaboration between Indonesia Stock Exchange with Morningstar company, yeah, Sustainalytics, you know, Sustainalytics, yeah. And then what's the process in analyzing, you know? So, well, this is the difference between the three index. And then this is the process of analyzing. So first is, of course, financial performance. And then the second is negative scoring. So coal company and then tobacco company will not be included in the index. And then after that, they will conduct controversy screening from the news, you know, whether there is a negative news about this company. And then at the end, those score will be given to the index committee. And this consists of independent expert committee, which will formalize as the final constituent. And I'm very lucky that I am also part of this index committee in Kehati. And then, so this is Sustainalytics, the score in Sustainalytics, so company is stressful because every time they will check whether their ESG score good or bad, whether they're shocked or happy, So because there is a comparison, between one company, there's an industry comparison, and then look at this scoring provided by Refinitiv, Sustainalytics, MSCI, and other ratings, So, and then where do they make a scoring? It's just based on this publicly listed, information, just publicly listed information. So now the latest guidance on disclosure of ESG was published in July 2023, and then now they are trying to make one consolidated disclosure standard of ESG, which is a good news, and produced by ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board. And then these are their disclosure standards, which will be applied next year, but in Europe first. But it's it's also good for us to know now so that we are prepared. So what are the key disclosure topics? So they need you to disclose about the governance of your ESG, the strategy of your ESG, the risk management, the metrics and target. If you want to know how to implement this and holistic implementation of ESG, please do visit the ESG Task Force kadin.id. This is Indonesia Chamber of Commerce. There are videos about implementation of ESG in Indonesia, and one of them was my video. I explained about how to implement ESG holistically, and the case study is PT Vale Indonesia, So please have a look and visit the website. Now, I just want, and this is my last presentation. These are some of the emerging future, which 5 years ago or before COVID, we didn't take it seriously. Now, it all seriously applied in the world, So we need to be prepared. And then as university as well, all over the world, they need to be ready, to address these issues and to prepare future generations, to tackle this, these issues in the world, which is of course ESG, and then now carbon neutral, AI, and then cyber attack, Bitcoin, renewable energy, net zero, carbon offset, carbon inset, carbon credit in Indonesia already, carbon market, So, well, we cannot just sit back and relax and then just continue the knowledge that we get from our, when we were still young and then continue that now. No, we need to learn something totally new. And these are the emerging future, and we need to be ready. And then they call it like green job, but actually not just green, it's all related to ESG jobs, So these are some of the points to ponder, So hopefully it will give you some ideas. So thank you very much for your attention. Give it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Maria, for...
You still mute, Pak?
I see.
Should I mute it? Okay. Thank you, Ibu Maria.
I have to mute it. Thank you, Ibu Maria, for a very clear and interesting presentation. And for participants, please hold your question for Ibu Maria, because we are going to have our next speaker, Professor Choi Hak Chung. And now I want to invite Professor Choi Hak Chung, PhD, to present about business solution utilizing big data AI. The floor is yours, Professor.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Looks like we have echo, right? Now, looks okay, right? First, let me share my PC screen. Okay, so can you see my presentation part 5?
It's good.
Can you? No?
It's good, Professor.
Okay. But looks like not. Wait a second. Okay. Sorry for the delay.
Okay.
It's a big pleasure to take part in the second, the ICEBMR conference, and it's a big honor to be invited as a speaker. But currently, I have been working for the Korean Marketing Association. About 6 months ago, I organized a special session in a conference hosted by the Korean Marketing Association, which focused on the impact of generative AI on marketing. And actually, the session turned out to be more popular than we expected, indicating the interest in this topic among researchers, both in Korea and some other countries. So I think that this is a good topic to talk about with you. Today, I'd like to talk about actually the impact of big data and AI on how we obtain information from the market. Okay. So before talking about the impact of AI and big data, I'd like to talk about currently how we collect the data. I'm talking about the traditional market research. And as you know, the traditional market research basically obtain the data from people through kind of interview, right? Surveys, focus groups, qualitative research, and sometimes case studies, right? Well, these methods have provided valuable insight to us, but they have at least 3 different limitations. Firstly, it takes money. Well, not just a little money, but a huge money sometimes. And that's why we usually, for example, academic researchers, we usually to survey actually with students, right? Why? Because it takes money. And even, the companies actually cannot just conduct a survey, often. So usually, as far as I know, the companies, they usually spend some money to collect the data from the market, but sometimes usually once a year or maybe twice a year, right? But that's not good. Why? Because, we want dynamic information. Why? Because the market is changing continuously. So we need to see the change in the market. But the problem is it takes too much money. Why? Because the typical, the survey costs a lot of money. So even though we know that, dynamic information is important, but actually we usually have the steady information. That's the first limitation, I think so. And secondly, I believe that the survey-based research actually lack real-time data. In other words, it takes time to get the data you want, which means that you have you need to wait at least 2 or 3 months, or sometimes 4 months, to get the information and to make a decision, right? So the second limitation is definitely it's about time. And the last limitation, lastly, it suffers from errors generated from everywhere, sampling bias, and interview. Sometimes the customers, they don't want to tell the truth, right? So sometimes while processing the data, we make some mistake, right? So we have these kind of errors from the survey and while just analyzing data, right? So this is the last limitations we have. So since then, actually, I still remember that when I studied the first research, actually, that was a long time ago when I was in the doctoral program. My first paper is based on a survey data. But after analyzing this data, I found these 3 limitations very seriously. So since then, actually, I preferred real data. What I mean by real is the data naturally generated from the market, such as scanner data, clickstream data, and all kinds of online data other than the survey. I'm not saying that actually the survey data is wrong, actually. We definitely need survey data to understand, customers' perception about the brand and the attitude, definitely. However, in some other research cases, which I'm interested in, I'm pretty much interested in, their behavior, not their perception. But the problem with the typical survey-based data, I can see, huge chance of making errors. So since then, actually, I've been trying to use the real data more and more, actually. So in the sense, I think that big data gives me a big opportunity. Why? Because the big data is not based on actually survey, which means that even though the big data has some also another type of problems, actually, but in many cases, I don't need to worry about the typical error I can see from the survey data, okay? So thanks to big data, I think we can have access to an unprecedented, a huge volume of the data from social media, online transactions, also from IoT devices and more, right? So this data is rich, complex, and continuously generated which means that, dynamic. So it offers a gold mine of insight for those who can effectively actually access the data. Okay? So even though we don't have that much time, I'd like to actually spend a little bit of time to talk about the definition of big data. Because the reason is because actually I don't like the definition of big data. But what is big data? If you check the definition of big data, by Googling, usually, you can see many different versions of the definitions, right? But mostly, they focus on the size of the data, okay? Okay, so if you see the the definition of big data, maybe for example, in the Wikipedia or in the the Google, like I said before, basically key characteristics of big data is the size of the data. They keep saying that the big data is an extremely large data set, blah blah blah, and like this, right? And sometimes they talk about the three key characteristics of big data, like volume, variety, velocity. But the main idea is the data is big. But I like you to think about the definition of big data very carefully. Is it useful? From my viewpoint, this definition is not that useful. Why? Because since 2000, we started to have a very different type of data, like online messages, right? Online reviews, and also a lot of pictures posted on the Instagram, for example. These kind of data are very different, and this could be definitely called big data, right? But the question is, why do we have to stick to the size of the data? Because if you just keep talking about the size of the data for big data, my question is, what about the national census data? The national census data is a big data usually in terms of size, right? But would you like to regard the national census data as a new data? I mean, big data. I don't think so. National census data is a big data, I mean, in terms of size, but this is not what we like to call big data. We like to talk about a very different type of data, right? So the point is, I think that the size of the data is not the key characteristics of big data. So in the sense, I do not agree with the typical definition of the big data, and instead this definition, I'd like to suggest different way of defining the big data. From my viewpoint, I like to define the big data as a passive data, which means that we do not make the data. Okay, so this is more like this is a passive data that occurs naturally through digital devices from market activities between companies and customers. So based on this definition, we can call web log data, electronic transaction data, web messages, photos, CCTV footages, and so many different type of data could be called the big data. Okay, so this is my actually suggestion. So it's your choice whether you which one is more useful to understand the big data in terms of size or in terms of the way we make the data. Okay, so if you agree with this perspective, I strongly believe that you could see the huge potential of big data. First, the big data is very different from the typical data, the first characteristic of big data is I like to talk about, the passive data. So the big data is passive data, which means that the data is not made by human effort, right? For the research, okay? This data is just automatically, naturally generated by people who use any digital devices, like electronic car, like a computer, like a mobile phone. And if you use any digital devices, right, that this digital device always generate some numbers, which I like to call the big data. So if we define the data like this, we can see a big difference between the typical, the big difference of big data from conventional, the existing data. Because if you see the typical data, we collect the survey. Basically, this survey, we just talked about this data, the characteristics of typical data with the previous slide. This is more like a goal-based data, which means that you first have a goal. You have some questions. You need to see, you need to find, you need to get some information. You have a goal, and based on that, you develop the survey questionnaires. So this data is just based on your goal, right? So if you make the data like this, like I said before, it costs money, it costs time, it costs a human effort. So usually to collect the correct data, we spend huge costs, which means, in other words, almost always the data has error, right? But in case of a natural passive data, this data is not made by anybody. Usually this is automatically generated. So this one is not based on any goal, which means that this one is not biased. This is exactly about what people do, right? So in the sense, actually, we do not worry about the error, but that doesn't mean that actually, the big data has no problems actually. In case of big data, instead of error, we need to get rid of a noise. Okay, so what I mean by noise is because we just get the data. Actually, this data is not, how should I say, but this is what exactly people do, right? But to extract the information you want from this data, actually you need, most of the data are not for your research. So there's huge noise. So instead of getting rid of error, actually you need to slim down and filter the data. Why? Because we have too much noise. And the second characteristics of big data I like to talk about with you is about the character. What type of information we can get from big data. Well, usually when we make the data from a survey, basically this data is based on consumers' memory, perception, right? So it's good for, if you want, more perception-related information, maybe survey is good. But like I said before, if you want information about what people do, right? From my viewpoint, actually, big data has much more advantage, okay? And the third characteristics of the big data I like to talk about is the type of the data, the format. We sometimes call big data unstructured data, which means that with the existing typical data, we usually the data is made in numbers, right? So which we call metric data. But as you can see, like online reviews or messages, these are all written not in number, right? But in text. And if you talk about, if you want to use the image data, as you know, the photos on the internet, this one is not in number. This is also based on image, right? So the third characteristics of big data is that one. I mean, we cannot use the typical, metric-based analysis, like regression, average. We cannot use it directly. Why? Because the data usually is not metric, right? So in the sense, I like to say that actually, existing the data is more like a farm fish, and then the big data could be analyzed, could be treated as like a wild fish, right? Okay. Also, this is also from my opinion, actually. I like to classify all different type of, actually because the big data is from everywhere and they are so different. So it's very difficult to, say that which one is big data or which one is not big data. But from my viewpoint, I believe that we can classify the big data into 4 different categories. The first, spatial data, which means that this kind of big data usually contain, space information or location information, like weather or transportation data or images, like photos. In case of weather, we need space or location information. If there's no any location information, the weather data is useless, right? And the same goes for the transportation and even for images like pictures. Let's say you see a picture of beautiful mountain, but without the location information, right? Well, if you just enjoy the beautiful mountain, then maybe it's okay. But from a company's perspective, without location information, this picture is actually useless, right? So I like to say that there are kind of data which contain the location or spatial space information. And usually this kind of data are based on image, not everything, but the second type of big data I like to call VOC data, the voice of customer data. And usually this one is made in text, like online messages, SNS messages. And sometimes, we got this kind of text from the conversation between, the call center people and customers, or sometimes emails, right? This data contain the voice of customers. That's why I like to call it VOC data. And the third type of data is called preference data, which contain preference information, such as scanner data or card payment and coupon, or sometimes clickstream data. The last one is about how people use the product, which is called usage data. So basically, we can classify the big data into 4 different types, categories like this. And I think it takes too much time, so let me just skip briefly, skip this part. But the main point is like we have a huge variety of different type of data, which could be called big data. And then with this data, we can do many different market research, sometimes for demand forecasting, sometimes to develop a new product, sometimes for recommendation services, right? So now it's time to think about actually the relationship between AI and big data. As you can see from this picture, I like to say that AI and big data actually is very closely related, okay? And they need each other. For better service, AI needs the data, not only just to actually to learn something, right? And to provide information, but actually, even from the perspective of big data, they need AI, which I like to talk a little bit more with with my cases. Okay. So actually, the big data is not actually no. So the point is the relationship between the big data and AI is closely interrelated. And AI, as you know, refers to the field of computer science, computer algorithm that focus on, how should I say, analyzing the big data. In the sense, I like to say that big data is more like the fuel, while AI is the tool for us to extract a valuable insight in the market research. Okay? The generative AI is pretty much a very hot topic these days, so I think I don't need to explain what this is, right? What this is about. But basically, I like to emphasize one thing. As you know, we've been using AI. We've been developing AI actually for a long time, right? But before 2000, roughly, 20, we usually thought like the AI is just to analyze the data and predict the future, right? Now, this is called analytic AI, but from the last year, we start talking about generative AI, right? Okay. Generative AI. So generative AI is a little bit is very different from analytic AI, from my perspective. Why? Because in case of the analytic AI, it's very clear. It's very easy to understand. How we can use AI for market research. We have the data, and we can use a classical, statistical method, but instead of the, standard classical method like a regression, we can use analytic AI to perform the same task, right? But the question is, what about the generative AI? Can we actually use the generative AI for something else? This is a big question I'd like you to think about. Actually, unfortunately, I cannot give you the right answers right now to these questions, but these days, actually, I've been working on developing a new type of market research tools using the big data and AI. It's a pretty new type of how should I say? This is very different from a typical, analytic solutions like SPSS, because we use, SPSS or SAS and some other, typical statistical packages to get the information from the market data, right? But like I said before, I'm pretty much interested in, how to use the big data and AI. And then I found that the new type of analytic solution by using big data and AI should have a very different role, some different role, and a different structure. So this is one example. If you want to use the big data and AI for market research, I think that the solution or the statistical package should consist of actually at least 4 different components. The first part, which is called, I like to call the data crawler, or maybe you may like to say that scrape or whatever. Like I said before, in case of big data, we do not make the data, right? We just crawl, we collect the data from here and there. So in this system, we actually don't have the component for making the questionnaires. Instead of that, we need to crawl the data. Okay, so the first component of this solution is how to collect the data from where. Okay? We usually, by using this kind of crawler, we collect text, image, and so many other type of big data.
Sorry, Professor.
The second component we need for this solution is pre-processing. What I mean by pre-processing is, in case of a typical market research, we usually do not focus on pre-processing. When we got the data, mostly the data is suitable for the analysis, right? But in case of big data, because like I said before, the data was not made for our research, right? This is still just a natural passive data. So to analyze the data, first we need to filter and we need to clean the data, which we call pre-processing. So this is also a big issue in this case. And the third component is, like I said, is, as you can see, how to analyze data. But in this case, we heavily use AI or natural language processing, and also a typical statistical method, right? And then based on that, we can have some advanced analysis, like a topic analysis or semantic analysis, and some other type of analysis like this, right? So I believe that, the new type of a market research service or system based on big data and AI definitely should be based on the following 4 or 5 different components like this. Because I like, actually the last part I like to skip because it takes too much time.
You have 5 more minutes, Professor.
Okay. Up to now, actually, I've been talking, the more like general ideas, right? So I think this is the right time to show you some specific examples, right? And this is the system I've been developing with my students, actually. I like to call it JLM Minor. And this one is written in Korean, so maybe you can understand what this is about. But roughly from this screenshot, you can see that this solution has actually 4 different analytic components. The first one is text minor, which means that the system deal with the text data, and also the image minor, which means that they also deal with the image data, and then AI minor and metric minor, like this. Okay. Okay. And this is the structure of the, actually, not my project. Actually, I believe that this is the right structure for any analytic system based on, AI and big data. Like I said before, we need some the data, and here basically we, up to now, when talking about big data, we usually use text data. I think that about 80% of big data used by the companies are text data. And these days, we pay more attention to image data. Why? Because we have so many images, photos on the internet, like Instagram. And also we have metric data and some space data. And based on this data set, we need to analyze it. But in case of AI, we have two different types of AI, analytical AI and generative AI, right? By using analytical AI, we can predict, and also we can classify, also discriminate, whatever, right? And in case of generative AI, we can talk with the users, and also we can understand the image they are interested in, okay? Let me show you some examples, because we don't have that much time, but I'd like to show you some examples. The first, as you know, actually, word cloud is probably the most popular analysis with the big data, right? We collect the product review on the online, and then we count the frequency of the popular words, and based on the frequency of the popular word, we visualize the word like this, which is called word cloud, right? This is about actually, Chiang Mai. Actually, I just collected the text, the Korean, review online about the Chiang Mai, and basically what they say is beautiful, small, and they have temple, and then elephant. So with this word cloud, we can roughly understand what people talk about Chiang Mai, right? But now, by using AI, we can automatically create the word cloud, and this is one example. If you check this website, and if you just input some keyword, they automatically visualize the word cloud by using AI. Okay? And another example is this one. Actually, this is not a good example to me, because I've been working on semantic analysis to show that how people think about a typical brand. Actually, this is also the Korean example. This is about the Gongcha, the I think probably you also have the Gongcha in Indonesia. I'm not sure. This is more like beverage, cafe, and then we found we like to describe how people what people talk about this brand by using the node and edges, which is called sometimes called network graph. Sometimes we call it associative analysis, right? Actually, I built this map. It takes about 2 months, or a little more than 2 months, actually. But on the right-hand side, what I'm trying to show you is that I just, by using the ChatGPT, I asked them to develop this kind of program. And then it takes only just, just 10 seconds. And they created a code. So I just tested the code to see whether it works or not, and it works. So it looks like, programming is more like not our actually area, I mean the marketing people, but looks like without learning not much programming, by using AI, you can develop your own analysis, which is very shocking actually to me. Which means that, when we analyze the data, we cannot analyze whatever we want. Why? Because we always use some statistical package. If the statistical package like SPSS does not provide this kind of service, we cannot analyze this kind of service, right? But now, by using the AI, we can actually develop our own or unique analysis. How come? Without learning not much program language, you can do it.
Okay.
This is sometimes I feel like it's very surprising actually. How can we interpret this situation actually?
Sorry, Professor. I think the time is up, and we have to proceed to the Q&A session. And I think you can explain more in that part of the discussion. Sorry for that, Professor.
Okay. Let me just summarize.
Okay. Please.
So basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show that AI is now actually reshaping the way we do market research, definitely. And there's so many other interesting cases. But let me summarize. The last point is about imaging. In case of analyzing image, actually, we cannot analyze the image right now for market research. Why? Because we cannot let the computer actually understand the image, right? But by using AI, we can detect the brand name on the pictures like this, and also we can also detect what kind of people in the picture and what they do in the picture, right? Without AI, we cannot handle this kind of data, as you can see, right? And this is also another case. I just wanted to get rid of people and to see exactly what they want to, the design of the interior. We can make it like this, right? And this is also another example for PPL, to measure the effect of PPL, right? And something like this, because we don't have much time, but the bottom line is we can now, with the help of AI, now we can analyze very different type of the data, not only just text, but also imaging and also some other type of data, okay? That was the last point I'd like to talk about with you. Okay, because I spent too much time, so let me finish my speech. And then if you have any questions, I'd like to talk with you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you about important thing have been presented by Ibu Maria and later by Professor Jaya Chung. In the first part of this session, Ibu Maria presented about ESG. ESG is 3 non-financial aspects, environmental, social, and governance, that in the future will become more and more important in shaping the sustainability of companies. Ibu Maria also talk about metric and indicator of ESG, also about differences between CSR and ESG, and also about the link between ESG and sustainability. While in the second part, Professor Chung presented about many things. Among them are limitation in obtaining data from the market. He said about limitation in terms of money, time, and error. Professor Chung also talked about what is big data. Also talking about 4 types of big data: spatial data, text data, preference data, and usage data. Professor also told us about relation between AI as a tool and big data as a fuel of the tool. And at the end, Professor Chung present about how to use AI in obtaining data. I think based on that reminder of the presentation, we can start the Q&A session. But before that, in the chat room, there are already 2 questions for Ibu Maria, and I think Ibu Maria has answered that, but I think it's better if I read it again. The first question for Ibu Maria is from Eko of Gajah Mada University. The question is like this. I have question about social impact related to health and safety issue. Is there any regulation or incentive to corporate that implement anti-smoking environment, not only provide no smoking area, but also implement non-smokers employee policy, e.g. tax reducing for corporate that have less number of smoker or even zero smoker. Thank you. Please, Ibu Maria, to respond that question.
Yeah, I think I have answered. Please mute the. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak. Yeah, I think I have answered the question. There is no direct incentive from the government. I think the incentive is enjoyed by the company itself. Like, for example, having a healthier employee, and then, of course, higher productivity. So there is no incentive from the government. Yeah, but incentive is from the, the index of ESG, where if you are not, well, this is for a tobacco company, it's different story, I'm sorry. So that's my answer, yeah. But maybe Titus, maybe there are other questions, because all of those in the Zoom I already answered, and then all of the participants can read my answer, but maybe there is another question besides those in the Zoom, maybe, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. I invited.
It's still mute, Pak. Maaf.
Okay, are there any questions? First, William, and next will be Nick, and the third will be Prosper. William first. Okay, later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Maria, for very good presentation about non-performance. My question is, like, the way you presented, like, okay, non-performance, non-financial performance, but the main problem when it comes to non-financial performance, it depends on the policies of the specific country in order to align the performance with the social performance, environmental performance, but also the company performance. But for example, taking consideration the example which happened in, on December 3rd, 1984, on the mercury gas leaking in India, which killed affected more than 3,800 people. Now the question here is, for those companies, external companies, which are going to invest in the foreign countries, because the local policies does not care so much about environment, then these local companies, international companies, take the advantage of that, as I gave you an example. So as an investors who are planning to invest, and as we are talking today, we are learning as we, the current generation, who are thinking of investing in entrepreneurship. What kind of advice can you provide for us, especially when we think about creating different business, but also maybe in the future will be employed in the government institution, especially which are dealing with the environment? Thank you.
Thank you, William. Ibu Maria want to answer directly?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the question. Very interesting. Yeah, you are correct that many companies are trying to find the weak policies here in any countries so that they can conduct irresponsible business here. Thank God now it's not many countries have these weak policies here. Even Indonesia now have so many very strict policies related to ESG. Yeah? So your question is your advice on young generations for entrepreneurship, if they want to become entrepreneur or they want to work in a government office, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's how I understand your question. Yeah. So as entrepreneur, of course, you have to be responsible. Number one is with your employees first, you know. But what kind of business that you want to invest in is also very important. You need to understand what's the business of the future, you know. Like, for example, Professor Chung just explained about big data analysis. Probably you will have a consultancy, you know, in that area, yeah? Because that's the emerging future, that's the business of the future, like in digital technology, in cybersecurity, and in probably renewable energy or waste management, waste recycling, and then biomass, renewable energy, you know. So as a young generation, you need to find opportunities, you know, for the future businesses, you know. So that's why I give you points to ponder, you know. That's number one. And then after you choose which business you want to invest in or work on, and then you must be responsible for your employees first. That's number one. Yeah. And then for the government officer, I think if you want to become government officer, because I mean, due to the lots of questions asking about incentive from the government, I think you need to create incentive for those companies who already conduct businesses in responsible ways. Yeah, in Indonesia, the incentive, as I mentioned in the Zoom chat, were actually related to the award, and then there is a proper, you know, proper is like a ranking of environmental performance, and then issued every year by the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Yeah, so that's one of the incentive. Yeah, and then also this ecosystem where the government imposed on the regulation that all financial institutions must provide lower interest rate for loan or fundings for sustainability projects. Yeah. So that's my question, my answer, sorry.
Thank you, Ibu. Would you please make your question short and concise?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Nixon, and I'm from Tanzania, Africa. I'm studying Magister Management in International Tourism at Sanata Dharma. So my question was, when Dr. Malia was presenting our presentation, she mainly talked about environmental, social, and governance. So my question was, what is her point of view on the developed countries like United States exporting the plastic to the developing countries? Particularly, I could use the example that the plastic are being exported in Indonesia and in Africa countries. As the expert in this field, what's your point of view? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu.
Yes, thank you, Pak. Can I just answer? Yeah, yeah. I think this can be, of course, positive and negative. Yeah, advantages and disadvantages. Well, it can be threat and also can become opportunities. Yeah. So now that we know there are so many plastic waste, why not? This is like the future business. How can we recycle this plastic? To become something useful. So that in the future, we don't need more plastic, which is non-renewable, but we can produce more plastic, which is renewable. I mean, so I think also the thing is we cannot blame one side, yeah? So it's like it takes two to tango, right? So there's a demand, that's why there's a supply, yeah? So as long as Indonesian business people still demand, this non-sustainable materials, then there will be supplies, yeah? So therefore, this is important for young generations to have this in mind, that the future of business is everything should be sustainable, because there is no planet B. There's only this planet, There's no another planet, and all of you will live only in this planet. So therefore, the young generations have lots of burden, yeah? And then actually, I feel guilty, yeah, Pak Titus, that, our generations created, this bad impact on our earth, yeah? So that's my answer.
Thank you. Prosper, please. No.
Thank you, moderator. To be precisely, my question was, part of my question was answered by Nixon. Maybe I can add a little bit in Indonesian perspective. Madam Maria is aware that more than 8 million plastic is dumped into the ocean, endangering the marine organism over there. And Indonesia is the second largest contributor to plastic waste across the ocean. To be specific, it contributes more than 600,000 metric tons to the ocean. But at the same time, as what Nixon said, it is a good importer of plastic waste from these developing countries. Importing more than 141% of plastic waste from this developing country. Not far from now, that is to speak, 2025, the Indonesian government has set the target of reducing this plastic waste nearly to 75%. Then my question is, where do you see the achievement, or where do you see, or do you see Indonesia really achieve this target by 2025?
Thank you. Silakan, Ibu.
Well, I'm not sure, of course, because I haven't done the research. But we should be optimistic. But the thing is, even SDG cannot be achieved by the world in 2030, you know, by all countries, yeah? There's already research about this, yeah? So I think it's a good start to set a target, yeah? And then I think also this needs collective action, yeah? So we cannot just blame the government or just blame maybe some companies, yeah? We have to do really something to reduce this plastic waste, yeah? And if you try to Google, there are so many actions on cleaning plastic, cleaning waste in the rivers in Indonesia and also in the beach, many beach in Indonesia. So it's not like we're not doing anything, you know. And then most of those actions are done by young people in Indonesia. So we actually have commitment to do that, you know. But let's just hope that it will be achieved. Yeah. So that's my example.
Thank you, Ibu. And now it's Ibu Cecil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Titus. I'm Cecil, lecturer at USD Faculty of Economics. Thank you for the enlightenment, Mrs. Maria. I will not ask, but I will give my opinion. I'm glad to hear this good news about the role of ESG on company performance, both financial and non-financial performance. This is also supported by the launch of Indonesia's carbon exchange, IDX Carbon, IDX LQ 45 LCL last September in this year, and the emergence of carbon trading and the findings of several researchers in developed countries who concluded that the adoption of ESG in their countries as an important strategy to improve financial performance proved to have a positive and significant effect on corporate financial performance. In addition, the movement of 8 stocks that are members of the IDX LQ 45 LCL index also experienced the highest increase throughout the current 2033. I hope this good news will bring angin segar to investors who have long been passionate about investing in companies that perform well and also care about the environment. And hopefully these good things are also supported by the readiness of the government in all fields, including the rule of law. And hopefully this is not just a jargon, but because it was inaugurated by the emergency of the Sri Kehati Index in June 2009, but there is no positive effect until now. I guess that's all, Mrs. Maria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Cecil. Thank you all for your questions. We have had a truly engaging discussion, but unfortunately, we have no more time for the Q&A. And now I invite Ibu Maria and Professor Chai Hak Chung to make a very short final thought before we wrap up the session. Please, Professor Jaya Chung first.
Well, actually, again, I'd like to thank you for having me in the conference. Actually, sometimes, you know, when we have the local conference, we talk about some topics, right? But then sometimes I'm just wondering, like, whether this topic could be also you know, important issues in other countries too. And I strongly believe that actually, you know, like I said before, the AI and the could be a big driving forces to reshape the way we obtain the information from the market. And I strongly believe that it will change the way we do market. Okay, thank you for giving me a chance to talk about this issue.
Thank you, Professor. And now, please, Ibu Maria.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bu Cecil, as well, to convince us more about the importance of ESG. And because ESG is like urgency for companies, because I'm engaged a lot with companies and also in Kadin, of course. So therefore, it is important for young generations to learn about ESG, and then also to have leadership, which is in the mindset, yeah, of how to implement ESG in any organization, wherever they work, you know, because ESG is not exclusively for big companies, but also for non-profit organizations. So that's why education on sustainability is important, is sustainability at ESG. Yeah. So hopefully this August next year, ya Pak Titus, Universitas Sanata Dharma will launch the master degree program. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Ibu. Again, thank you for the precious time from Ibu Maria Nindita Radiati, PhD, and Professor Jaya Chung, PhD. And also thank you for all the audience for your active participation. And if you have any more questions or would like to connect further, please feel free to contact us by visiting the website of the Faculty of Economics or any social media account of the Faculty of Economics. We very appreciate your time and looking forward to future interaction. And now the floor, I return the floor to the Master of Ceremony, Ms. Wedowarti. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished with the panel session 1. However, before we start the second panel, I would like to announce something. This is regarding the snack and drink that's available there. You can grab and enjoy the snack and the drink. It's available over there for all of us joining the conference offline in this room. However, for those joining online on Zoom, then you can grab something near you. All right. This is a very interesting and engaging seminar. And again, to start the second session, I would like to invite the chair or the moderator of the second session, Father Antonio Sumarwan, SJSSMM, PhD. The floor is yours, Father.
Thank you for this opportunity to chair this session. Again, I introduce myself. My name is Antonio Sumarwan. I'm a lecturer from Magister Management of Sanata Dharma University. And as we are preparing the session, I invite Father Hari Suparwito to this podium. And wait a moment. Okay, we have talked about our sustainability and also how use technology, in particular artificial intelligence, to enhance social innovation. And in this second session, we will have a discussion with two speakers here, who are Ms. Tanako Watanabe, a specialist in social impact business development and key figure in the impact business creation unit at the Japan Research Institute Limited. With a background deeply rooted in research, Ms. Watanabe has conducted extensive studies, including collaborative research with Inter-American Development Bank, focusing on social entrepreneurship and social innovation ecosystem across 6 Asia-Pacific countries. At the forefront of GRI, an organization spreading the largest open innovation platform collaboration with Japanese central and local government, as well as major corporations such as Toyota and NEC, Ms. Watanabe is poised to share invaluable insight to Japan's effort to harness the power of startup for social innovation. Her presentation title, "In What Ways is Japan Trying to Use Startup Power to Bring About Social Innovation?" promises to shed light in the innovative strategies and initiatives that Japan is employing to leverage the agility and creativity of startup for the betterment of the society. And after Ms. Watanabe's presentation, Father Hari Suparvito will continue with bringing more concrete example how using artificial intelligence to improve our life. But for Father Hari Suparvito, maybe I introduce later before the presentation. Okay, so the forum is for yours, Ms. Tanako Watanabe.
Thank you, Professor Antonius, and hello everyone. My name is Tamako. Now let me share my screen first. I hope you can see my pop-up sheet on screen. Okay. Let me introduce about myself a little bit. I am working in the Japan Research Institute, that is one of the Japanese think tank, and also we provide the business consulting research services to major Japanese corporations as well as the central local governments. I have been working more than 15 years for new business development in emerging and developing countries like India. I had some projects in Indonesia in the past, and recently I have been worked for Somalia in the East African country. And also I supported the social enterprises, the startup ecosystem development in Japan and also some Southeast Asian countries. I recently closely worked with Japanese financial institutions, commercial banks, investment banks to develop their sustainable finance products and also promote impact investment. And finally, I also provide my services to the corporations about the social and environmental impact assessment. I provide some books about the SDGs to Japanese business community, and also that as SDGs advisor, I am working several Japanese corporations. So, and also that I understand most of the participants are the undergraduate students as well as graduated students. So that let me briefly introduce my career as a business practitioner, so that I am not the professor, and I mean that I am not teaching in the university. As a business practitioner, I have been involving the business project and the government project more than 20 years. After getting my master's degree of international development, I started my career in the ICT company as a business analyst. I had the bunch of market research about environmental issues in Southeast Asia as well as China, and promote some business project like the recycling business in Chinese market, and also that waste management system business in India and also the Indonesia. So based on my experience of the business analyst in the environmental market, I changed my career to the Japan Research Institute and start the business development project, in particular in the emerging countries with Japanese corporations as well as Japanese government. I have the dozens of the projects in India and also the Africa, which, for instance, I developed the women entrepreneurship centers in India with Japanese corporation and provide some of the Japanese products through those women entrepreneurs to India. As you might to understand, the business development itself needs definitely the financial resources, not only from the grants or the government budget also we have to raise the fund from the private financial resources. And then I found that there are many investors that seek not only the financial return, even they don't require maximizing the financial return, but they strongly require social and environmental return through their investment. So they are called impact investors. So my business development project in those emerging and developing countries also require them the financial resources. I mean that I discussed with several impact investment funds, impact investors about how we can get the financial resources from those investors. And also I understand those investors require, of course, the ROI, return on investment, but not only the ROI, they require the impact assessment report. So I learned how we can make the impact assessment report with several methodology globally accepted. So more than 10 years, I am working in this area, I mean the impact investment areas. And based on my experience now, I am supporting the startups, mainly in Japan right now. But before the COVID pandemic, I supported several startups in Southeast Asia and African countries. In particular, I support them to provide my advice how they can get sustainable finance from not only the local financial sectors, but also the international community like the United Nations or other international aid agencies. Also, I supported the several community to develop the impact startup ecosystem. So today I would like to discuss with you what is the social innovation. I can explain the kind of the definition of social innovation in Japan, but I'm not sure what kind of the definition you have in your countries. And also that I briefly introduce the ways of Japan, mainly the Japanese government as well as the Japanese business society, trying to use the startups' powers to bring about the social innovation on ground. And finally, I will give you 2 cases of impact startups selected recently by the Japanese government. So about the definition of social innovation. This is the definition on that Stanford Business School. They have 3 points about the social innovation. One is the process of developing and deploying effective solutions to social and environmental issues, not the prerogative or privilege of any organizational form or legal structure. And the most important things that require the active collaboration across public and private sectors, including the nonprofit. So let us briefly observe the other definition by the OECD. OECD said the social innovation designs and implementation of new solutions that imply conceptual, process, product, or organizational change. And social innovation improve the welfare and well-being of individuals and communities. And lastly, and most importantly, its enabling policy framework is needed to support public, nonprofit, and private actors to construct and implement socially innovative solutions. In Japan, we don't have concreted the definition of social innovation. Japanese government understands the importance of social innovation, but still our government doesn't have the clear definition. But in Japan, generally, the relevant stakeholders understood the social innovation is systemic changes in our society for deploying effective solutions to social and environmental issues. That means we need changes in policies and regulations, then changes in organization and individual behavior, and required active collaboration across public and private sectors, of course, including the nonprofit. So we have the same view as the OECD on the last point. So what the social innovations has been occurred in past? So mostly the private sectors, mostly started from the private sectors. As you see, the recently the calculation, which are focusing on the ESG activities and also the nonprofit and the recently startups provide their solution services and even create the new ideas to tackle with social and environmental issues. So the stakeholders suggest our government to change policies or regulations, or sometimes government recognize those ideas are really effective to solve our own social and environmental issue, then they are self-motivated to change or newly develop the policy and the regulations to create a new market or new market rules to maximize their impact. I mean that the impact of the solutions and services to solve our social and environmental issues. Actually, we have the several policy regulation changes in Japan in the past that are very positive for the nonprofit and the startups that bring the new ideas and the solutions, in particular our social that solve our social issues like the elderly care in particular. In these years, in particular after the COVID pandemic, the Japanese government focuses on the power of startups. They would like to incorporate the new technologies created by startups into the solutions, the government solutions to solve our social and environmental issues. So the Japanese government deployed 7 strategies to build a sound startup ecosystem. So that strategies encourage entrepreneurs, companies, investors, universities, also the researchers to come together to develop the ecosystem to support the develop the new technologies by startups or the rolling out those technologies in commercial base in the rural and local market. They concentrate industries or technology in each hub city. So after this presentation, I briefly introduced the Japanese government actually select 7 cities to create that this startup ecosystem. And as this ecosystem are core, the government expect the local government to revitalize the economies of the regional cities. So here is the 7 strategies our government set up. I will not explain the details of the strategy today, but I will give you this presentation sheet to you so you can see what kind of the strategies our government have set up. So for instance, the city and local government on the left upside, the strategy 1. The central government encouraged local government to build a startup hub. And also they asked local government to select the 2 or 3 universities where the university provide that program to develop the social young entrepreneurs. Like those, through this strategy, now currently, the local government, local cities are trying to develop their startup ecosystem. I also involved in several projects in local area and mostly the western side of Japan. And I also communicate with this financial institute to provide a gap fund, like along with the strategy 4, for supporting startups to boost up their business. And mainly the 3 ministries leads this strategy, in particular, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industries. They support private-public funds to build a large gap fund. And I also provide them I provide some research reports and policy recommendation to design this gap fund. And also that they try to advance regulatory reforms across various industries, including relaxation of restrictions. That's really not, I can say this relaxation is very friendly to all startups, but we try to make some relaxation of restrictions in several local areas that allow startups to demonstrate their new technology on the ground with local community. And Cabinet Office also assists the Ministry of Economic Trade and the Ministry of Education, and of course support the local university to develop their own social entrepreneurship course. Here's the three ministry, okay? And today I only have the 20 minutes, so that quickly I produced our recent programs that government started. In last month, October 2023, Japanese government newly established so-called J-Startup Impact Program that selected the several startups which are expected to be key players in solving social and environmental problems and realizing new vision and sustainable economic growth. This year, that for the first batch, 30 startups are selected as J-Start Impact. Those startups can get the government support, special government support to demonstrate their products, prototype things in several local areas in Japan. Also, government support them to get the financial resources as impact investment from the financial institutions in Japan. In the future, government provide them the special support for them to get the impact investment outside of Japan. And what kind of the startups they selected? Here is two examples of startups they selected. One is the startups named Sagri. Sagri is agri-tech startup. They provide the visualization of growth and soil condition of farmland. They use satellite data and analyze them with AI system they developed. They provide their solution mainly to the local farmers as well as local agriculture community and also the local government. The farmers can utilize Sagri visualized data to select the fertilizers and pesticide, the most effective one, to their own farmland. The second one is that TBM, this really innovative company, they provide the papers, plastic alternatives made from limestone. So they have already provided like the, not plastic bag, looks like plastic bag, but made by stone shopping bag to like the convenience store, the supermarket, food container, cosmetic container. Usually they are provided by that plastic materials, but TBM provide those companies with the same quality containers and shopping bags that is obviously no harmless resources from limestone. These bags, of course, return to be the nature in your future after the disposing, right? So this is my quick presentation about what kind of the measures Japanese government now trying to take to promote the startups which will create the social innovation in Japanese society. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Watanabe, for your very insightful presentation. And this is a highlight again that sustainability is important thing. And Ms. Watanabe emphasizes the role of the government to encourage startup to address social problem. If you have any comment or presentation, all the audience will keep it, or you can write in the comment in the Zoom. But now we will continue the presentation, and we will hear the presentation from Father Hari Suparwito. He will bring a wealth of his expertise to our dialogue rooted in a journey academic excellence and dedication to the field of technology. Father Suparwito's academic journey began in his undergraduate study in computational mathematics in ITS in Surabaya, and then he pursued his master's studies at Monash University in Australia, specializing in critical domain of internet security. And later, he embarked on a journey of continuous learning, completing his master and continuing doctoral studies in artificial learning, intelligence and machine learning at Murdoch University, Australia. And Father Hari Suparwito is currently serving as a respected member of teaching staff at the Informatics Study Program at Sanata University, Yogyakarta. And today, he will continue a discussion and also give some, I think, example how using artificial intelligence to promote development and give a beneficial thing to all people. So, time is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pak Handono, for this opportunity to, once again, to show you the power of artificial intelligence. Okay, I will share screen. So, in this occasion, I would like to present about the embracing digital transformation in today's world. So that's, that we know about artificial intelligence, but what kind of, or the way of artificial intelligence can influence our life, our business, or maybe, maybe in our daily life, for example, like that. Okay, at first, I would like to show you about the statistics. So, 2 days, and probably in the next 5 or 10 years, we will face this kind of numbers or this kind of fact. Yeah. So for today, for example, 58% we already implemented about big data. So that's why Professor Chung explained about the big data, because now almost half business or our daily life today, we implemented big data. And 59% we use mobile data, mobile technology. And then 40%, we implemented API and embedded technology. And many things. For example, in the AI and businesses. So that's 300%. So that's increased 3 times. That the company investment in AI methodology. So you can read this. But I just want to underline that. So now our life is full of technology. Our life is like encapsulated with the technology. So we cannot refuse or we cannot escape from the technology. And today, I would like to offer you about the digital transformation. So first, I would like to explain about what is digital transformation. Basically, digital transformation is use technology to improve business processes, drive growth, and improve the customer experience. So that's with the red word. And then we use various technologies like a cloud technology, AI technology, machine learning, big data, and also IoT, the Internet of Things. And what is the importance? What is the importance of digital transformation? First, I think we would like to say thank you to COVID-19. Because that happened can drive about the AI and about the digital transformation. We had an experience for that. Yeah, we did the online course. We knew that the online shop and then e-commerce increased many times. So I think because this is because quote unquote this because COVID-19. But we also know about the power of media, social, and mobile technology. So I think now, if someone has a account for Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, probably I think that's the old man, not the young man. So we want to use this. We want to use the digital technology from the, for example, traditional way to the digital way. And then this the 5 essential components. If we want to do with the digital transformation, we should do this. First is we focus on people. Second, data. Third is insight. Fourth is an action, and then 5 is result. But because I come from the technology side, so that's I would like to focus on the second one about the data. And I think, this in line with Professor Chung, I think. Okay, so now we start with the data because, today we have so many huge data. And then we collect data. This comes from many things. If we subscribe something, we just send our data. If we want to get something, we fill in the form about data and many things. And then something like we don't know that we release our data, probably our private data. But that's happened to our life. So if I want to talk about the artificial intelligence, so I want to make, I like to explain about the artificial intelligence with these 3 kind of things. First is big data. second is data science, and the third is data analytics. So if someone asks me what is artificial intelligence, I would like to explain that you have to do with big data. You have to do with data science. And finally, you have to do with data analytics. That's artificial intelligence. And what one factors for this? Each factors for the artificial intelligence. Okay, first, what is artificial intelligence? I think because the meaning of artificial intelligence, so that's we have to combine, or we have to do with three things before. Artificial intelligence refers to the ability of machine or software to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as learning, problem solving, decision making, and pattern recognition. AI system can analyze large amount of data. So that's why data come first. And then make prediction and identify patterns. It means there's a data science. To automate and optimize a variety of processes. This the last one from this, data analytics. So that's, we have to analyze our data, to extract data to make an information. Haha, this, I like this man. with this quote, yeah? In God we trust, all others bring data. He is an American statistician, but he is very famous because in the late 20th centuries, he introduced digital technology for the company in Japan. There's Edward Deming. It means that, okay, I do believe that we trust in God. That's it. That's something like, okay, that's our faith. But for others, do not believe except there is a data. That means data is quote unquote same as God. I believe because I have data. I can present data. Interesting, right? Okay. So the question is, what happened with the data? First, that data is still a data, is still a number, is still a text, is still an image if we do not process that data. If we keep our data in our server, that's only data. That's only number. That's only, yeah, something like, we don't know anything about that. But if we process our data and make it as an information, that's the important thing. So here, we have what we call knowledge data discovery. It means finding a knowledge from data. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, and then we process it using machine learning. So if I want to explain about machine learning, what is machine learning, Father? I put this picture, human and machine. Human said, I can learn everything automatically from experience. And then the machine said, yes, I can also learn from past data with the help of machine learning. So it means machine learning is the tools. If Professor Chung explained or said about artificial intelligence, that's the house. But machine learning is the inside of the house. This is how the machine learning works. From input data, analyze data, find pattern, prediction, and then store the feedback. And I want to go back to the digital transformation. That's the important thing. How to implement AI for the digital transformation. Why data analytics is important for CEO? We remember that data analytics is the last process, so that's the important things. I want to focus on two things: easy access to business information and informed decision making, because the CEO should create a decision making. Should create, because he has a decision, he has a maker to make a decision. And then based on that decision, we have data, we have technology, we have people, we have process automatization and governance. Data, it means that, for example, what data do I have? Where is stored? Do I need access to more data sources? And the technology, yes. So what is the right technology for that? And people, yes, because we hired people to do this. And then the process, yes. In the last, I would like to make a demo for my research in the last semesters and in this semesters. Okay, I don't know this. So that first, I want to show you about the consumer behavior analysis for target marketing. So this, I have taken data from Kaggle public data sets with 18 variables and 3,900 data row. And then the goal is understanding consumer behavior. Okay, but, okay, wait a minute. I would like to share this. Okay, from last night, I turned on my computer because I have to access server at campus Paingan. So that's this is not my machine. I mean here, but this is this code in the server at campus Paingan. We have a supercomputer, only one, but we have that. Okay, so now I will run this program, and then we can see what happened with the data. So we remember that we have 3,900 data. Okay, now I will run this code. Okay. Oh my goodness. Boom. Yeah. It's very fast. This is the data, and then this is the statistic about the data, and then this the description, data description, and then this the location of the data. This is the data for the Walmart store in America. This Montana, California, Idaho, Illinois, Alabama, Minnesota, etc. And then, yeah, this is the data. And also, I create the graphic like this. Yeah. This for 3,900 data. So, okay. I will stop the share, and then I will go back to my presentation. Oh, sorry. Where is my presentation? Okay. this. Okay. So from that process, we have this. First, this about the category about the purchases, and then this the category of with the states, and then this the location. This for the shipping type, so that we can understand what kind of shipping items to the consumer. So then from this, we know about the distribution of the product categories. This is the highest is the clothing, and then the lowest is outerwear. And then this the consumer actually. This the female, and then this a male. So that's male consumer. Main consumers is the biggest one. Okay. And then this we have an insight for this about the accessories, clothing, accessories, footwear, and outerwear. So that's accessories, this, and then footwear, this, and then outer, this. Clothing is the most popular because there's the highest number here. So that's, as a CEO, we can make a decision what kind of, for example, to improve our product, or what kind of our consumer, and then what type of our goods, like that. Okay. And then this my research. So this research actually, I want to know about the green open space in this campus. Green open space is ruang terbuka hijau. So how many percent in this campus we have green open space, and then the building. And then I create image data, and then from this, actually, we can differentiate between the trees here, and then this rice field. This from Paingan campus. And then this year in Campus 1, so that's, we also recognize that this is tree, and then this is the building, so that we can understand, we can differentiate between these two kind of images. And I want to show you about this. No, why? See, I said first that last time I cannot, I cannot play this. Okay, first, okay, I stop this. Then, okay, I share the screen, this screen, this screen. Yep. This actually my research to object detection. This is the gate, north gate, our campus. This is the post mandala, and then I can detect the object through the gate. Person with that's the confidence, the value, confidence value. Yep. And then that's the person, motorcycle, and then yeah, and then cars before. Okay, I will start again. See this post mandala, and then there's the date, and then this person 08107. Yeah, that's quite good, quite accurate. Yeah. Motorcycle. Yeah, and then there's the car over there. So that's why at first I said that I have to turn on my computer, so that's connect to the server at Paingan. See, that's the K, 0.9, K, 0.81 person. Yep. Okay, and then the second one. Okay, the second one. Stop sharing first. Share. Oh. No. Send request. Okay, and then this, and then this. Nope. Okay. I will. I will share this. This the okay. There's the different perspective. That's our chapel, and then we can detect trees, and then also differentiate with the building. So basically, if we use this image data in our warehouse, for example, or in our shop, so that we know about our customers, we know about our goods, we know about anything for this. Because actually, using AI, we can use this to increase our works, and then make it as a simple. Make it as a simple. Okay. So I think. Thank you. Thank you, Atau.
Okay, big applause for Father Hari Suwarwito showing us how we use the AI to help our work. And from the both presenters giving us the explanation and also illustration how we use technology to ease our life and also to improve our life. So now we have time for discussion. If you have some question, please raise your hand. Okay, maybe Amore, sorry.
Thank you for the nice presentation, Father. My name is Custodia Alexandra. You can call me Amore. I am a student of Magister Management International Tourism. We talk about artificial intelligence, and within this, there is a machine to help us to collect the data. But I saw the other side. This is like, I'm just worried about in the future, the artificial intelligence will take over the human jobs. So what do you think about that, Father? Thank you.
Okay, maybe you, yes, please.
Maybe in 100 years later. But I don't think that in the next 10 or 20 years they can co-opt our life or change our job, our tasks totally. No. no. Yeah. Still that we have to turn on, for example. If we are talking about robots, right now, we still to turn on that robot. So, yeah, not really like us that, okay, we can set up at 5 o'clock in the morning and then set up the alarm for that, and then we can wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and then do something, no. Still that we have to code or we have to program that robot or that artificial intelligence, still. But maybe for the next 100 years or maybe, but I don't know about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before continuing the discussion or question from this room, there are some questions also in the chat. For Ms. Watanabe, maybe I will read the question. You have answer here, but I think it is good also you explain directly. So the first one from Mr. Handono, startup and social innovation, do they always go hand in hand? How can education and awareness program contribute to fostering a culture of social innovation? And the second one from Mr. Titus, 7 strategies to build startup ecosystem, especially the part of university or research institute, is applicable in other countries. Could you explore more, Ms. Watanabe?
Thank you so much for your question. For the first question from the Professor Hardono, right now, startup social innovation right now is going hand in hand. Our government trying to develop kind of the systemic, the supporting scheme to create a social innovation with the startups. And your second question, that is how can education and awareness programs contribute to fostering the culture of social innovation? We are also trying to develop the education program with some universities in local areas, and that is the program to teach how to assess the impact, the social and the environmental impact through the business on ground. So until now, ESG analysts as well as a few impact investment fund develop their own key performing indicators to analyze and also to evaluate the impact. But we would like to standardize those methodologies and develop the education program. The university students, in particular the graduate school student, can learn. We expect the student of the business schools can manage the impact assessment tools to evaluate them in near future. Yeah. And the question from the Titus, I have already answered on the chat, but your question is 7 strategies to build a startup ecosystem, especially the part of University Research Institute. Is it applicable in other countries? If it is, would you give any example? Right now, we don't have any example to applicate our strategy, in particular to University and Research Institute to other countries. And I'm not sure you can apply the strategy directly to the countries where you in your mind. That strategy requires the local government to support university to collaborate with private sector. to demonstrate the technology and technologies the university accumulated. So if the city government, municipal government are enough supportive, yes, maybe you can apply it. Okay, there's the answers from my end.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. And there is a follow-up question or similar question for Ms. Watanabe from Ms. Tony. And this is about sustainable and startup ecosystem must be, must be driven through government policy and inclusive governance involving multi-stakeholders. And this is the question, how easy it is to draw up agreement between multi-stakeholder in Japan, and how about in the developing country that you also do many work in other developing country?
Thank you for your questions. Firstly, the sustainability and startup ecosystem must be driven through government policies and inclusive governance involving multi-stakeholders. I agree some of the points you mentioned. I don't think the government should provide some kind of the support to the private sector always. We expect our government to support if we need it. And about your question about the how to draw up the agreement among the multi-stakeholders in Japan. Well, we have already the multiple example of drawing up the agreement among the multiple stakeholders, not only the public stakeholders, but also the private sectors. So we just use our past draft of the agreement. So if you know about that private PPP model, public-private partnership model that's acquired in many countries right now, you can easily to check the draft of agreement of PPP on the Google, and you can apply it to your project if you arrange the project with the multiple stakeholders. We have already developed the PPP agreement draft. And I think that you can also access the English version of Japanese government has already developed for the PPP project in the government site. So you can just download it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this explanation. Now we can move to another question. Please, Fabiano.
Okay, thank you very much for the good presentation to both the presenters. I will have only 2 questions, of which each question will run to one of the presenter. The first question goes to the first presenter, Ibu Tamako. Social entrepreneurs are the one who finds an idea, of which the idea after being discovered is the one which is sent now to the government, who is the regulator and the policymaker. So what are the alternatives for the government which rejects the ideas that you have formulated? For example, I'm a new entrepreneur. I want now to abolish the smoking cigarette in Indonesia, of which the government may regret about may see the benefit of producing cigarette and the outcome of abolishing the cigarette. So what are the alternatives of continuing to your goals of implementing the new ideas that you have discovered? That's the first question. The second question is going to the second presenter, further, about the big data. The big data, it is a new technology of which it employs the artificial intelligence. So my worry is that will not this one reduce the tastes of the researchers to visit the real field, because everything will be done just on the table and not testing the reality of to the field where the researcher will be required to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, thank you, Fabiano. The first question to Ms. Watanabe about the cooperation between civil society. We can say that if have some initiative to do things good for the society, but then the government don't respond. So what we should do so that our agenda can be accepted, or less like that. For example, about abolishing smoking and maybe other ideas. And the second one about AI make the researcher only work in their desk and not go to the field. What happened with this? And about the result of the finding. Okay, maybe firstly to Ms. Watanabe, could you give some suggestion and advice if this happens?
Thank you for your questions. I have several answers from the different angle to your questions. Firstly, I mean that Japanese, most of the stakeholders do not think all good business have to be recognized by the government. If you would like to let the business ideas by the young entrepreneurs to the government, we have some simple system to announce it to our government. One is that in each areas, we have the accelerators that support the startups and younger entrepreneurs. And if the young entrepreneurs once discuss with those accelerators, the accelerators in each local area can be reported to the government. The government will recognize how much the idea is valuable by the government. But we have another angle. You already have the presentation from the Dr. Maria about the ESG. The financial sectors also seeking the good ideas of sustainability from the young entrepreneurs. If the financial institution find out, okay, this idea is very good to reduce the tobacco users, then the financial institute itself promote the ideas as well as a business with their financial resources. And this is kind of the major way in Japan to promote the sustainable good ideas into the market. So I'm not sure this is the clear answer to your questions, but I just would like to say we have several solution network among the business community in Japan and broadly implement those ideas and solutions in all over the Japan. But it is not necessary always. We can do only in the private sector right now. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Now we move to the second question about researcher.
Thank you for the questions. I think at first we have a problem or issues with how to collect data. So that's not really easy to collect data because the data raw actually that's not really clean. So that's we have to make pre-processing before we process the data. And then if we want to collect the data, I think we have to know about the domain. So before I do with that image data, I have to take a course how to make a drone fly because I cannot drive the drone at first. And then I have to do with okay. I have to come to the field and then also in the middle of this campus and then just to collect the data. So that's not from my room, but I have to come and then know the situation. I mean that we have to know the domain of the data. So that's I think that's the important process, and then I think that's really difficult because if we don't know about our data and also the domain of the data, I think we can get the wrong data. And then if we got the wrong data and then make a process for the data, it means we have a wrong decision to do with that data. So for that data, I think it took 2 weeks to collect the data. It took 2 weeks to collect the data for 2 campuses. So there's this campus Mirican and then Paingan. And then to render the image, I think 3 days to render the image, so that make it as a video. And then for the analysis, that's quite simple because we have a supercomputer, so that's I think only 2 days to analyze the image. And then how to code about with the Python language programming. That's quite easy actually because the AI, so that's quite easy. Okay, I will demo okay, this, and then okay, I will share screen. Wait, which one? Okay, this. Okay, I will share you. So don't worry about the code, about the programming because sorry. Oh, what is? I just want to show you how make it simple with the program. So this, and then use Perplexity or use the black box AI. This is the AI, generative AI. So Professor Chung explained about the generative AI. It means this, like this. So if we access Perplexity AI, and then we come to that website, and then I put like this. Create a Python code for consumers' behavior. Right? Boom. That's the code. And then we adapt that code to our data. And then what do we want to do with our data? It's quite simple, it's quite easy. Yeah? So that's why now many IT students worried about this because Now everyone can do with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Father. Yes, before I have a question in my mind, how long you code this data? So just using AI. Okay. Okay. Now we have another question from Mr. Sibli Jamal from Universitas Katolik Parahyangan, and this is about how to use AI for in the context of human resourcing recruitment. I just read the question here. I had a conversation with a corporate business human resource recruiting personnel in the software industry, and I came to know that technology is used for recruitment, and one of the mind-blowing discovery was typography can be used to tag personality and character. The question?
Maybe 0.9, yeah, it's okay. Person 0.89, that's okay, yeah, because this is a prediction. So we have bias. And the decision not in that machine. The machine is still help us. The machine help us to increase the speed. I don't imagine if we can make a decision with 4,000 or maybe 20,000 data in 1 hour. No, before that. But here, with the AI, we can increase the speed of the decision. Maybe only 5 minutes, maybe only 10 minutes. And still, yes, the bias. We need alert, we need concern with the bias, because this is not 100%. But I guarantee, because we learn from the past data, it means we know the pattern. If we know the pattern, it means, yeah, probably 90%, probably 80%. And then for the rest, for 20% or for 10%, that's human intuitive. So, in my opinion, our experience as a human, that's still important. Your experience as the CEO, as the director, as the manager, cannot replace by the machine. But your thinking in time increase many, many times. So here I think we have to stress on, we do not rely on the machine. Still, we are the decision maker, and the machine just help us to make to increase the time of process. I think that's my question. So be careful with the bias, be careful with the human. Yes, this semester I work with my student to face recognition, and then the accuracy is very low. Why? Because we can still smile, but broken our heart. Human, I think, the best. So that's the machine just help us. The machine just help us. We don't know with our heart, but from the outside, yeah, we can detect it, but not 100% accuracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there are still many questions and interesting to discuss, but we have no more time. So again, big applause for all the two presenters. And thank you, Father Hari Suparwito and Ms. Tanmako. this discussion really helped us to more familiar with how we can use AI, and we are not worried because it is us who still need to make decision, and we are helped by the technology, by the AI, to make our work more easy and also our life better. Again, thank you for this fruitful discussion. So I return the place, the table to Ms. Vida.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have everything from session 1 and 2. And again, as I mentioned before, such a wonderful and engaging, insightful seminar. And now we would like to go to the parallel sessions. However, I would like to still provide some information concerning the breakout room session. We will be having the parallel session in the breakout room started 13, or we started in, I think, in 10 minutes, yeah. Everybody in around this building or in this room are allowed to find a very comfortable venue or place again around the building. And kindly go back to this room for the closing ceremony. So we have like 5 to 10 minutes to prepare for our parallel sessions in the breakout room. So I will see you in the closing ceremony in this room.
presentation. Title is Implementation of Capital Market Supervision by the OJK to enhance investor protection and principle of justice. The Financial Services Authority or Otoritas Jasa Keuangan
Recording in progress. Recording
Hello?
stopped.
Hello? Does anyone hear me? Hello?
Rung la baruan, rung la baruan, nagam sa nisa.
Hello, hello, hello.
Uy, rung.
within 1 year of reshape of the like
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that you are still with us, and thank you again for always being with us for the whole day in this very international conference. All right, now we come to the closing ceremony, but first of all, we would like to express our warm gratitude to all of you, the keynote speakers, the participants, and everybody joining this conference. And we would like also to announce regarding the certificates and proceedings, if you do have any inquiries, please ask us questions in our WhatsApp group. And then before we close this session, we would like to take pictures. So could you please turn on your camera? Yeah. All right. Could you please turn on the camera? Right. So the technician will shoot us. Yeah. So how many more shoots? Still? All right. Again? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. And to close our international conference today, I would like to invite Mr. Nixon Nazaremus Winuka to lead us in our closing prayer.
Thank you. Let's pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty God, as this conference on economic, business, and management research goes to the end, we offer our deepest gratitude for guiding us through this informative journey. We thank you for wisdom shared by our honored key speakers, the commitment of all participants, and the dedication of those who worked tireless to make this event as a success, particularly the Faculty of Economics, led by Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Eko Ondono. May the insights gained during this conference inspire innovative solutions and foster positive change in the lead of economic, business, and management worldwide. Bless each individual present here and grant them the strength to implement newfound knowledge for the betterment of our global community. We ask for your sustained guidance and blessings upon all involved, nurturing the seeds of collaboration and understanding propagating during this gathering. May the connection made here endure, fostering ongoing dialogue and progress in respective fields. As we depart from this shared experience, we carry with us the learnings and the connection formed, seeking your grace to apply these lessons for the greater good in the future. In your holy name, we place our trust. Amen.
And we have to close the conference today. And this is the very closing ceremony for us, and we would like to see you again next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you all.
See you next year.
Okay, see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William. Thank you, Fabian.